Hi chat. Bit of an unexpected stream today. No video gaming. No like a bunch of cool stuff going on. We're just gonna do something chill today because I have like 4 VODs to go through for like clips and all that. Maybe like 5. I just need time to do that, especially with going back to college. I don't got very much time to do that, so I'm just gonna give myself more time by streaming something that isn't exactly content related. So welcome to today's stream. We're looking at music, and by looking at music I mean we're like writing it, kind of. Not expecting this to be the most, like talkative stream today, but we'll just kind of see how it goes. Again, I'm just making this for some time. Oh, I forgot to cut my nails, damn it. Probably going to be explaining it throughout the stream if people come in, but this right here is a personal project that I started and somewhat finished like 2 years ago. Started it, and then like half a year later, like got it to a finished point. Picked it up again like half a year ago to fix up some like grammatical errors, some small rhythm errors, and these curved lines, they're called slurs. Don't think too much into it, it's music terminology. And then picked it up a couple days ago again to heavily fix rhythmic errors and slurs. I'll just play the whole thing, and then I'll go over what I want to do with it. Oh, I'll say this first line, I don't know if people recognize it. I'll play the first line and then I'll let it play on, but try and see if you recognize it, I guess. Alright, I don't know if that was too quiet, but this is the melody, probably poorly transcribed. I did it 2 years ago, before I actually took any like music classes in my college. Now I'm a music tutor, so we'll see how I do it now, being a music tutor, looking back when I knew like nothing about music. I got help from the professor transcribing this, and it's in a state that seems correct enough, at least. This is the song that the merchants play in Elden Ring, when you're like not talking to them, just kind of like walking past or riding past on torrent. This is the song that they play. And I decided that I would take it and expand on it, write a whole harmony for it with a bunch of other string instruments, and this is what that turned out. Also, I'm sorry if it's a little quiet. I can turn it up when I'm not talking. Like, here we go. right, so that's what I have on. So let's turn the master volume back down. So what I have so far in this whole thing. Alright, so one thing I did notice is over in this segment, I think I wanted part of this to be louder. Somewhere in the cello, I wanted it to like do a swell. It gets louder for a little bit and then immediately goes back down to quiet. There. Non-excellence dynamics, boom, and then immediately get quiet again. How does that sound? And something I did here is the viola is mainly playing, or is playing mainly the theme. I'll just refer to it as the cantus firmus. I know it's harder. I'll just say theme, I guess, instead of cantus firmus, because musical term, throw that out. Let's just call it the theme. The viola is playing the theme. For this segment, I give it to the cello and allow the viola to play at least something else. But then the rest of the time, it's playing just the theme. So it's a little boring for the viola. I'm sorry to my fellow viola players out there. It's just the instrument that excuse him. The instrument that the merchants play in Elden Ring just sounds very close to a viola, and I don't have any other sound fonts that really work that are closer to the sound. So it's just a string quartet now. I should probably close my door. Oh. Sorry, Buffy. I must close the door. What the heck is this? Something on the ground. Okay. It's only a matter of time before I start talking to myself, rambling like a mad person, like a crazy. Because an idea I had was this part right here, these chords. We are effectively now in G minor, because I played a chord progression that now symbolizes we are in G minor. Why? Because I want to turn this piece into I want to write a transition into the other song that the merchants have, specifically the frenzied merchants in the prescription the flame prescription area. I forget the name up top. I know it's the Frenzied Flame Prescription down at the very bottom, but I forget the actual name of like the tomb that they're in, because for some reason they're named differently. Yeah, the like way lower Zerds, the Frenzied Merchants, have their own theme, which weirdly enough is a lot more major sounding. Let's see. Because that's G minor. This song's in D minor. Apologies if that's too loud. Song's in D minor. We've now transitioned to G minor. We have to transition to G major. And it's gonna not really hopefully, but I'm gonna try not to just go from, because that's an easy neo-Riemannian change, to just make it major. I forget the name of the neo-Riemannian change. Just did some stuff with that. I forget it. Parallel? Is it a parallel? Might be parallel. We might be able to do a neo-Riemannian change from G minor to G though, just like different. No. But essentially the other song, I'll just call it the Frenzied Flame Prescriptions version song, merchant thing, goes like, and I still, to this day, I've been trying to figure it out, don't know what meter it's in. And I'm trying my best not to look it up. I'm gonna try my best to like figure it out myself. And that's where my pain comes in. That's where my insanity and where this stream idea came from. I'm gonna try and figure out what key or what meter it's in, because it sounds like it could be in 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. It sounds like it could be a 3. Or it can be in a weird like 2 thing, where it's like 1 la li, 2 la li. If people like the la li system, I like the la li system because it's different than 1 and, like 1 and 2 and just gets confused with 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and for the simple meters, not the compound meters. I'm thinking to me it feels like it's the beat level's 2 in a compound meter. It feels like the this is G, this is F sharp. Feels like that F sharp is on like a Li. Because it's definitely swung. It's definitely sort of swung. Yeah. I'm gonna try and transcribe that. Can I open a new, please? There you go. I have multiple things going on. Where is it? Strings bowed, viola. Next, time signature, we don't know. The key signature, it's gonna be G major. It does not sound like it's in E minor. long ass name. Sounds like it's almost 60 beats a minute. We'll go with like a dotted quarter note for that one. It's roughly 60, so we'll just write in 60. Done. Is that even showing? So, God damn it. Okay, hold on. I need to change this window. We're now working over here. Go back there. Awesome. Because I don't want to share my whole screen. I'd rather it just be like this. Okay. So we have viola here. For the sake of simplicity, we're just gonna make it mezzo forte. Dotted quarter note equals 60, so let's do time signature is 6/8. Where are you? 6/8. And let's just like it's a little bit higher than I was really wanting it, but don't write anything like that. Because that sounds right to me. But let's pull up the actual thing. Let's pull up the actual thing. Twitch, please don't get mad at me for this. Frenzied Flame Merchant song orchestration. I'm glad somebody's already done this. Give me Frenzied Flame Merchant 1 hour. Their instrument is a little out of tune. That is... No, it's not really, actually. Womp. Hello, Constellation. Okay, so... Right, but there's like a bit more pause than usual. It's almost like those are in 4. Come from the very beginning. Yeah, that's longer than usual. So is that more of a give me back my thing? Where my thing? This thing. It sounds like you are actually in like we'll say 9/8 to give you an extra beat. because no, it's not as long as 9/8. Or does it just take a pause there? I don't think it just takes a pause. Oh, my space bar. Give me a tempo tapper. Alright, so like... Okay, so... It's like 35. What do I have my ode in? Why do I have my ode in that? Okay, my ode to despair is 8th note equals 100 BPM. Why? I don't know. I wasn't good at writing music back then. I didn't know anything else. Okay. Oh boy. So it'd realistically be just like cut that in half. It's the BPM is 50 on the quarter note. Yeah, it's just 50 on the quarter note. Because you cut an 8th note in half, because there's 2 8th notes in a quarter note, so if 8th note is 100, then quarter note's 50. Because you cut it in half, because there's 2. Okay, yeah. So I'm back here. Okay, so I'll count in 3s for the sake of simplicity. Okay, yeah, that is weird. They take a bit longer of a pause than usual. It is only... It's okay. It's weird. I already have the time signature there. It's 7/8. Not that dot. Wrong dot. Here, there's 2 dots here. There's the staccato dot and there's actual augmentation dot. They're different places. I forget. And then it goes on to the rest. So all the notes I know are correct. Awesome. I love that. All right, let's make this fast. Wrong one. Move back to 6/8. So like, okay. Is that what they do? Okay, no, that is a 7 bar. That is also a 7 bar. So it's alternating 6 and 7. Okay. So how would I like showcase that? Is there a time search that looks slower than 6/8? Still function in 2s in compound? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Not off the top of my head. Wasn't taught about that. Not my problem. Okay, and then this little melody after that. Alright, hold on. I need to move back. Okay, that's weird. That's like a little bit... Crap. Still in 7/8. And let's move backwards here. Even further back, I need further back. Why am I getting tripped up on the rhythmic of that now? Year 7/8 bar. Well, you're actually more like a 6.58 bar, but move back to 6/8. It's a long pause before they start it again. But I will still just say it's a 7/8 bar. And then add a repeat. That's a fancy new feature. Except we want it to just be that. And then repeat. So this would be... Yeah, that's a fine enough noise. Okay, yeah. There we go. And I feel like something that really would help here is like adding reverb so that it's less spacey there. Okay, it's actually still pretty spacey. I don't know. Whoa, yeah. I know this is legato, so I want to specify legato. And then there. At least the audio record, not the audio, the like generated recording of it does that. But if I handed this to an actual musician, I'd be able to tell them, hey, kind of like do this maneuver. People can, I think even like non-music people can understand somewhat what these mean. It's pinning down and it's going out. Basically just this tells it to get quiet, this tells it to get loud again. There you go. Yeah, that works. Okay, so it's basically like the eighth notes are going, in the 7/8 bars at least, the eighth notes are grouped in 3 and 4. You have the group of 3 and then you have the group of 4. Okay, like, can't edit, okay. Demonstration properties. Okay, so we want it to be 3 plus 4 over 8. Yeah, does that change my, it does not, okay. That looks decently confusing, but it is, because it's basically saying 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 and then 1 2 3. I don't know if I need to put it for the rest of the music, but that's just showing 7/8 is 3 plus 4. That is what 7/8 is doing for this segment. Now the question, I think I've gotten it pretty well. I think I'm understanding it. This is actually a lot easier to do once I tried doing it instead of like staring in the mirror last night, just be yelling at myself like, what is it? What do I do? Okay. What now? I'm contemplating whether or not I actually want it to swap between 7/8 and 6/8, 7/8, 6/8, 7/8, 6/8. Contemplating that. Because I'm not sure I do. That'd make for a very interesting piece. But if I wanted to actually orchestrate it, or if I just wanted to write it for a quartet like I've been doing, I feel like it'd be nicer if I did what I did for the other merchant song and just write it all in one times integer. So it's easier to easier to pick apart. But here's the structure of it, essentially. I'm actually going to save this to my computer. Okay. Ugh. I forgot in my search on my phone the muscle structure of a scallop. Don't worry about it. Okay. Here's our basic structure. I'm just gonna what am I gonna do? I can just try copying it. I can try copying it over to, let me once again switch over to here, edit, MuseScore, oh, despair. I really wish that it could just capture the program. Then again, it is multiple windows of the same program. Okay, bring Twitch chat back up. There's nobody said anything, apart from Constellation. Hello, Constellation. I appreciate you being here. Or at least showing up for a bit. Okay, let's add more measures after this, like 5 more measures after that. Boom, look at that. And like right here, let's just paste it in. Cool. Before we do that, let's actually put it in 6/8 and G major. Now we paste it in, and we take all these little pieces. See how it's like weird and like it's going over the bar line and all that? Because that thing, it doesn't, MuseScore doesn't paste everything. It doesn't paste to the 6/8 bars that I had in here. So everything's moved over by a couple eighth notes. We'll just copy it, select that, paste. Okay. Now, where's the next segment? That's like weird. There. So you actually just need to be that. That's another strange thing. This weird looking rhythmic duration there. Whoa, it's so strange to zoom in on it. This little strange thing can be chopped down to just bam, bam. That means the same thing as that craziness. Okay. And this right here is also just that. That is just that. You get moved over a little bit. Hear that? And that's the end. Okay. So we were like, we were 3/8 notes off. And we'll just press 6, period. There you go. Funny little shortcut keys that I always forget about in MuseScore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7 for a whole note through, I don't even know, it was 64th note? Yeah. Yeah, it's a 64th note. Click on a measure, press backspace, it just deletes everything in the measure. Okay. So this is now just the simplified, no time change things. I forgot to send my professor that one song, actually. Crap. See, this is a lot nicer. It's a lot cleaner. The other one's very true to the original. This one, here we go. Now we're gonna cook with this. Also, I'm trying, I know way earlier I said I was trying to go from G minor to G major. Technically, this progression allows for G major because it's literally just this difference. But here's how it sounds going to G minor. Sounds beautiful. It sounds nice. The only thing that's going to change is one note in the highest voice. Not even the highest voice. The second highest voice. I forgot. I have written that violin 2 is higher than violin 1. Don't ask me why. It just, the music worked that way. It just, that's what happened. Okay, listening back to it, it's actually not as bad as I thought it was. Because we can divert expectations with it, kind of. Like, we can hint at it in beat 1, and then we can start changing notes around into like a different sort of progression. We should also definitely start hinting at this 6/8 rhythm and melody. Because let's say I were to like just slap that in there. Let's do time signature 6/8 there. Remove the excess. Just slap in first bar of this. That, to me, I don't expect that to sound good. You can't even hear it. But also, it doesn't sound bad. It doesn't sound bad just going into 6/8. What the hell? Also, it works. I didn't even realize it works. And by it works, I mean the tempo actually works. It's roughly the same. I'm still gonna write it as this equals 35. But dotted chord note apparently is roughly equal to, or dotted chord note 35 beats per minute is roughly equal to quarter note 50 beats per minute. I don't do the math on BPMs. Actually, that's like the same. Did they really write them in the same BPMs? I mean, that makes sense. That also tells me that I think I picked the right meter and BPM. I think that was correct. I think this is the one that they wrote in. I want everything to get like a lot quieter. Let's turn everything into that. Okay, chords. Do I want to realize chords right now, or do I just want to go with what it sounds? I just want to do what it sounds like first. Because they're going on... What if you stayed the same? And you actually, not that. That. Actually, you're gonna get real quiet there, cello. I want you to get louder, actually. Going from mezzo to forte. Mezzo forte to forte. Where do I tell you to go? But God, all the way back here. I need to write some more like changes in there. Also, I need to make this bar line more apparent that something's changing. Which I mean, you can tell something's changing, but I just like writing the double bar line. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I like that. Kinda. I feel like there's a hint we can do to the sudden change to compound meter here. Like, what if we actually change it to like... Make that a triplet. No, not a triplet. Yeah? Do I make it a triplet or do I just make it a 6/8 instantly? I can always ask my professor. If I have to rewrite this, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine writing 6/8 there instead. Actually, I think I prefer writing that 6/8 there, because I don't... Whoa! That changed weirdly. Kinda. Okay, I'm gonna rewrite this in 6/8 over here. I'm just gonna rewrite it in 6/8. So it goes like, boom. Except you're tied. No, not you. You're tied. Okay, you're like that. You are also tied across the bar line. Sharp it. And then you actually, I'm writing a rhythmic duration for you, so. Okay. So let's remove this now. Actually, I'll copy it somewhere else. Where do I copy this to? I'm gonna make a like a trash thing at the end. After selection 5, okay. You're gonna be in 4/4 again. I'm pasting you in there. It's just so I don't lose any pieces of music. I don't want to lose music. You're getting louder. You're getting softer. Actually, wait, no. Let me bring that back. You. Softer. You. Louder. Cool. Okay. Turn you into 6/8. Remove this measure because this does not need to exist there. I do not need to specify that it's going to 6/8 there. Now I can tell the bar line to still transition there, I think. I don't know why it's transitioning there all of a sudden. That's a cool sounding transition, but that's not where we're going. Okay, there we go. There's that. Let's copy it over. Delete that. Don't know why the double bar line suddenly moved over there. Tempo. .35. It's the same, we're just... I actually want to write a miniature note there. Text. System text, because that should show up on all parts. Tempo is same, just in double compound meter. Don't write that thing there. Double, no, it's duple. I forgot it's weird. Duple compound. And if I open up the parts, like if I open up viola or something, it would say that. It would say that. Cool. Awesome. Close the part. I don't need you to say legato. Don't need you to say mezzo forte. Don't need you to say the tempo again. So now if I play this. No, it's a bit too forced. Let's do that. I'm just adding, like, passing tones, really. It's the only one that really needs a passing tone. That one didn't need a passing tone either. Like, this one probably is the one that needed a passing tone. Let's see. Okay, so now we're transitioning. We're doing a. No, is this one a parallel? Neo-Romanian? This is basically a Neo-Romanian shift. We're going from G major to E minor, which is just the relative. Relative! It's relative. That's still really loud. Jesus Christ. I feel like it's much louder than me. I would still apologize every time I play that. Which also means that I can write in a little, like... okay, hold on. See, that doesn't sound that bad. Maybe you don't need a passing tone there. Because that's kind of staggered there. It's not the same notes, but it feels staggered. Never mind then. It's kind of like a equal shift. It kind of like follows a line, but just in different ways. Yeah. Yep. And how am I going to make this, like, dark? Well, first of all, I have to make the transition more seamless, because I don't think it's that seamless. it's just kind of slap in the face. What if I don't do that? That's also another slap in the face. It's... No, I keep saying slap in the face. It's just, that's the phrase that's just in my head now for when something's like kind of jarring in music. Because it's not seamless enough. I feel like I can stretch out that transition a lot longer than what it's currently going. But I'm just gonna have to keep listening to it until I can figure it out. Welcome to the most boring part of the stream, listening to the same piece of music over and over again until we figure out what we can do. Move the rest of this like right here. Insert measures after selection 7. I don't want to remove the original. Got a little close. Too much. Damn. Yeah, because that sounds fine. I feel like it's transitioning into the melody a little bit too soon. I feel like we need another small, probably, chord progression with some melody thrown in, and then we get thrown into the... Then we get thrown into that. Well, this transition, man, like, Jesus. Because the tempo gets too fast. Because technically, this chord change happening here is taking up 2 beats. When the chord changes that were happening before were taking up 4 beats. It's a lot slower. It's a lot slower. What if I just tell it to accelerate? Like, what if we're accelerating here? Then what? Accelerando. See, the thing that doesn't make sense about Accelerando is... Okay. I need to figure out how to... I need to start chord transitioning every beat here. Turn all view into that. Okay, and then we're going into a B flat major. It's a chord with E. I can go into that. C major, but we're going into C major after it. That's a song that already exists. Don't copyright strike me, Twitch or YouTube. Please don't. This stream is going to be a lot of just this. Yeah. Just me sitting and thinking. Just me sitting and thinking. Okay, so we go for an A. And then the chord progression would just be like, which isn't bad. I just need to figure out how to make that sound good because it's just all moving up. I need to write it in a different, like, crap, I'm forgetting the word. I'm a music tutor, I should remember this. It would need to be like an A6 or an A6-4 inversion. There it is, inversion. You have an A minor, C major, or just an E minor. An E minor would be a little weird because the key signature currently has a B flat. E minor needs a B natural. But we can see what it sounds like. Before we knock it, let's see what it sounds like. Okay, so we got an E in the bass. You can transition into an E if you wanted to as well. You can, yeah, you can reach an E, but can you reach more helpful note? Like, yeah, because that G being repeated is not very good. Let's think counterpoint actually. If E, let's think a third, there's a G there, we would need a G, and then there's a C. That would just make it C major. That would just make C major. I mean, I think this is getting... That is smoother. That is smoother that we have this transition there. Moved that to there. Cool, cool, cool. What if we do the same here? What if we mash that 5? No, 6. 6. Okay, so let's make the baseline move down 1. We're going into, let's see, the G, D, G, D, D, and then fucking A. Okay, we're going into a G sus2. Okay, so a C would sound good with the A, so let's slap a C in there. And then this B, I mean, that B flat might be too weird to... Ooh, no, I like that. No, I like that. I do like that sound. What about that? No, it needs to be a G, or it could just be a... It could be a C sus2 again. There'd be a lot of sus2s. That doesn't sound good. So that doesn't have the sustenance it needs. Just gonna keep listening to the segment until my brain gets an idea, really. This is my, like, musical process. Okay, we're back to this sound. What if we, like, force it to go down to that G instead? here. Yeah, I guess I can kind of see where that's heading. Now my chords are all weird, which is fine. What if instead of this, let's turn you into a duplet? That might be what we're looking for. That might be what we're looking for. I'll remove this double bar line. I'm not sure I want. No, to remove the whole thing. Okay, this is why we kept the melody over here. Because I want to remove that one now. I want to remove that measure, that melody. I don't want the melody to come in yet. I want it to more seamlessly transition into a dark sound. The other thing is I have to think of, do I want to think of a counterpoint to this? Do I want to counterpoint this? No, really, but I mean, kinda. I'll counterpoint it. I'll counterpoint it. I will make my fellow tutor proud, because my fellow tutor loves counterpoint. So we'll move back over here. For those that don't know, counterpoint, it is, by basic definition, point on point. You are making a point along someone else's point. Do I have the melody copied? I don't think I have the melody copied. Hold on, let me copy the melody. Here's our melody. I'm not using the melody up here. I'm just using this one. Okay, cool. Let's add, do we want to add a bass line? I want to add a bass line. So let's, also small MuseScore tutorial. You can go over to layout on the left here, add new instrument, and you can look for the one that you're looking for. Add it. You can just set what order you want. Usually I just go with orchestra order. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful. Why do you have 7/8 written here? You should have 6/8. What? Why are you being weird? Why are you being weird? Why are you in 7/8 and then Suddenly 6/8. Alright, I'm just ignoring it. Okay. So, basically, for this counterpoint, I'm going to be writing baseline. That's fine. Usually, with counterpoint, you want to start with either a 5th or an 8. Usually an 8 is pretty strong. It's a pretty strong start. So I'll write a G down here. Forgetting where my G is. There you go. You need to be mezzo forte so I can actually hear you. I'll also turn them into my not solos, just violas. Don't give me solos because they don't sound as good. Cellos, you're supposed to have a lot of reverb on you. Not actually that much. There we go, about that much. Violas, you can turn down your reverb. Okay. And then we want to think of moving in 3rds or 6s to get to the end. So I'm actually going to write both things here. You got a G, and then you got your D. My mouse is starting to actually break on me. Oh god, do you see that? Do y'all see that? Okay. Can you be louder for a second? I need to hear you. Okay. And you, I'll write that. Okay, so that's one of our options. I'll just make all the options. So right here we have another G. We want either a 3rd or a 6th from G, which would either be B or it would be E. This is oblique motion. It's technically not moving. There's a passing tone, but it's not the passing. It's more of a leading tone. It's a leading tone. I'm gonna get either an E or B in there, which it's obliquing, so technically we can jump. Make either of those moves. It's like I guess it's kind of like a game of chess. You know what moves, you have only a certain amount of like realistic moves, at least in beginner counterpoint. I wasn't really taught the higher level stuff. Didn't have enough time in the semester. But from my understanding of like my current understanding of counterpoint, this is what I'm currently working with. No 4ths, no 2nds, just 3rds and 6s until you get to the end, which is either another 5th or an octave, which I'm going to write down there. There you go. Now let's write this. Okay. So going against, I think that's a G. Yeah, that's G. Going against an E. We could either use G or C. So here's a C, and here's a, what did I say? C and G? G. Okay. So there's a G up here. There's also the G down here. Should I mark the E below the staff? It could, technically. God, it's so much louder. Beautiful, beautiful sounding, but we need it to sound like. Okay. Now we're not actually keeping all these notes. These are just our options. These are our moves we can make. Okay, so then against a D, we can either go with F or we can go with B. Okay, in this key that would be a diminished chord, but that's fine. You can either go B or an F. Okay, so here's an F. There you go. Oh wait, no, it's F sharp. Sorry, it's not diminished. Be an F sharp. Against a C, we could either go with an E or an A. Now, oh god, this is gonna get so confusing. Especially since I'm writing out, like, every note possible. If I wanted to write every note possible, this whole bottom thing would be filled out. But I want to stay, like, down here. Okay, then a B. B is either D or G. B or G? Yeah. D, no. D or G. D or G. So here's a D. I think this D would be... That's not too low. Cool. And that's a lower G. That is a lower G. So we will just have the same options. No, we won't have the same options. Okay, what are you doing? What did you do over here? We're not having the same options as before because this is still in the middle of the piece. It's not really a false ending, but it's an ending to this phrase 1. So I have to get through phase 2. Then we finish. Okay, so either the G, it has the same thing of either being a B or a D. No, not a G, B, or D. G, it's E, not D, it's E. 1 up. E or B. Okay, so here's a B. And that would be like the whole measure there. This is kind of a long counterpoint. This is hard. This is gonna be hard. Good God, okay. There are rules to this sort of thing. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna make it dotted U's and then U. You're the same. These are the same choices. Because it's an oblique motion still. Okay, it's going on an E. Options for E are once again G and C. Technically that's C down there. That's not really a... D is the main focus there, but it's passing over B. So I guess we'll just consider it as if D is the main focus on that beat. Well, no, the downbeat is on B. It's gonna... We probably want an F sharp in there. Not gonna lie, probably just gonna want to write an F in there. By the way, control down arrow to move your note an octave down. Alt 8 adds that. We probably want the F there because that just... That like highlights the chord. Like all three notes of the chord are there. That's when we probably want that F in there. F sharp specifically. I can't legitimize that high immediately. It's a C. It says in the bottom right. What happened to my thing? That is strange. My display settings aren't... I'll set it up later. If I mess with it now, it's just gonna break everything. Okay. So let's C. We want... Let's see, and then that note... Alto clef, damn it. Played viola. I should be able to identify most notes of the freaking alto clef immediately, but for some reason the edges of it are just... hard. I should stop talking and just identify the damn note. G. It's a fucking G. So it's a C, a G. We probably want an E here. Probably want an E there. I don't want to limit my options too much, but it's just because these are kind of highlighting chords. And then it's another G. Let's get our options for G, which I know are just right here. Bam. Okay. And then once again for C, it's the I'll just put in all the options. It's your A. There you go. There's your A option for that one. What did I say that one was again? D? Yeah, because it's D, B, and then F sharp for the chord. But if we wanted to write down the actual like other options, it could be another B, right? Yeah, it could be another B. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So just like the chords would sound fine. Issue with counterpoint is you can't cross the lines. So this is going down. At no point can my bass line go higher than that A. The highest my bass line can go is this G sharp. But that's not a good noise when they're together. Unless you're going for a specific sound. I mean, when done right, you can do it right. It sounds awesome. So we need to think about a starting point that will start us low enough so that we can counter this, because this whole movement from this G to this G is going down. It's just going down. Also, I don't know who I'm teaching. Anyone in chat, anyone in video. I'm mostly just reaffirming it in my brain as well. All this is generally moving down. So we want the baseline to be generally moving up. If you could even hear that. That sounded cool. Let's see. So the lowest note we can start with is this G. We can move in similar motion to the... Excuse me, woodpecker on the outside of the house. Now is not your time. Okay. We can make... Okay. Trying to think about how we can do this. On the beat level, those are the two beats we have in the measure. G and G. That's an oblique motion. We can do whatever we want in the bass line. We can do a jump. We can do a step. There it is. It's either a jump or a step. Here, if we start on this G, our only option is a jump up or a jump down. Okay? If we start on this D, we can either jump down, because we don't want to jump like very far. At most, we want to jump like a third, maybe a fourth. We can step up to that E. We can actually step up to that E. Let's copy this once again. Let's delete these measures. Yeah, I want to group all these measures together as well. Something you can do. Go to palettes, layout. This symbol here, and not that symbol here. Wait, what is it? Key measures in the same system. There we go. I don't know why it's hidden in more section. But yeah, boom. Let's do the same down here. More key measures in the same system. Cool. All those are connected now. We'll just take notes that we want. So I'll have it be played. I won't have that note head there. So we don't want to move in similar motion too much to the cantus firmus. This is where the term cantus firmus comes in from way earlier. We don't want to move too similarly to the cantus firmus, or the theme that we're like making a point to. So like right here in this section, I know that it's going up here and it's going down here. So we want to make the bass line in this measure go down somehow in step, preferably, because these are all jumps. So our only options are these two and those two. Those are our only options there, because those are moving in steps downwards. This one is moving generally with like generally step. I mean, there's one jump there. thinking about it beat level wise, this is a big jump. This is a jump. But it's stepping through it. So it's a little weird. Thankfully, we do have an oblique option. The oblique... What if I stop this from playing? That doesn't sound like an ending. Okay. Huh, we're kind of trapped by the note choice here with the cantus firmus. Sometimes there's a cantus firmus that you just like can't write a perfect thing for. You know, I will actually give this cantus firmus to my tutor friend, and I will watch them go crazy trying to solve it. I will watch them go crazy. They'd love it though. They would love it. So I'm seeing a good choice there. Crap, I can't just copy it over? Okay, fine, we'll write in the notes as we see them. I'm seeing a good line. And then technically, we could just do that, but... But if we didn't want to do that... See, that's option 1. Let's copy it again. Palettes, layout, more, boom. Let's add some text here, actually. System text. Original. Option 1. And option 2. Cool. So this is option 1 where we have this. See, that sounds very nice with, like, the whole point about counterpoint is just to make it sound nice. It's not gonna, at least on this level that I'm doing it, it's not gonna sound like the most flavorful, but that's where like edits and post come in. Like you can, I can change this baseline if I wanted to, but for now I just want to get the counterpoint out of the way. Let's go with our other option, which is just an octave lower. So we'll just take this. Okay. It is a very good idea to start from the end, because if you start from the beginning, then you realize, oh wait, I'm way too high here in the middle. I have to be lower in the middle. How do I do that? Well, think from the ending. from the ending, how can you go? Okay, well, from the ending, I go back. Oh, that's too high. Let me go the alternate path from the ending. Oh, now that works. Boom. So I'm just going to do it from the ending. My current assumption is that option 1 is actually going to be the, like, the best here. Because of this whole line going downwards, we want this whole line to go upwards, which means that in this measure, we're gonna be high. We're gonna be high up. And we don't have a measure's worth of time to jump down far enough to get to option 2 that we have here. So I'm thinking option 1 is what we're gonna have to go with. Let's get rid of those. No, what the hell? Didn't mean to click that. There we go. Let's get rid of those. Okay, so leading into these notes, it's a step. Well, it's not really a step. It's a jump downwards. So how are we going to step into either of those? We can't. We can't step into either of those. What we can do is we can step into this. Oh wait, no, that B to C is a step as well. All this is stepping. Hold on, wait, no. We're making another option. Making another option. That was the perfect amount of measures. Palettes, layout, more, boom, bam. Alternate option, we're still gonna end on that G. Because we need to. But we're gonna take this, that A, to that B, coming in from I have to write in the first part of the measure, god damn it. Coming in from there. Okay. And then, let's see. This one. That would be the baseline for this part. So just that sounds pleasant. That sounds nice. The worst part is that we have to make it sound dramatic and sad because of the merchants and the friends I feel merchants. But this is a good start. We're at least getting options. I forgot to write option 3. System text. Option 3. Yay. Option 3. Cool. Okay, so let's focus on option 3 for a moment. This B, so this B. There'd be too many B's in a row. If we went here, that'd be too many B's in a row. So we wanted to go, we're expecting to be high here. So I'm gonna make it that E. And, you know, it's not perfect. It's not gonna be perfect. But that's why we have the counterpoint here, because there are going to be so many other options. Basically, we're making an option for every line that's possible. Might not be the best one. So, we're expecting to be high there. We're just gonna write that note. To get to that note, they are essentially stepping. So we can do a jump, but the only option we have to get to that specific note is that note. The only option we have to get to that note is that note. Okay, so we have to get from an E to a D. Which is a downward trend, which is not what we want. We want an upward trend. We want an upward trend, but also, like, the simplest trend would just be following it. See, sounds kind of nice, but only issue is we're following it down. There's 1, 2, 3, and like it just doesn't sound good. But since this is technically stepping, E, D, C, B, just it's stepping downwards. So if the cantus is stepping, we can jump. Is there a good way to jump from this? Well, the easiest jump I can see is there. So let's remove this. Let's remove this. And by easiest jump, I mean like that note, that B before this. Remove that first B. So like. It's a good B. It's a good B. And I'm seeing a line. I'm actually seeing a line. From that B, we can start off with this C, and then we can step back into this B and start from this G. So we start from the G, have the B. Okay. We have a cantus firmus. We have a cantus firmus. And a line. Probably should have been zooming in on this like originally, but like we have a line and a cantus firmus. Here's what this current option sounds like. Pretty cool. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we can have all of them on screen like this. We can have it zoomed in and have them all on screen somehow. Oh, great. Now it's off to the left. Oh, that's not going to be annoying at all. It's getting a little warm in here. I'm going to open my door. But that just means that now Buffy can walk in here and yell at us, which is fine. I just didn't want him yelling at me earlier. But it's fine. It's fine. Okay. There's option 1. Option 3. Sorry, option 3. We haven't even done option 1 or option 2 yet. Okay, so let's finish option 2 and 3 then. Or 2 and 1. option 2 and 1. So we're starting from that note. Ooh, that's not really, no, we can't do that. Can't even do it from that note. This is like the only option here. So option 3 has like the only option for this section, for this part here, because looking at those, that's a jump. It's not going, it's going, which is a little lower. It's a jumping. And you can see it's, if it was stepping, that note would be there. But instead it's line on line. I find it interesting how much I can actually zoom in MuseScore. I forget how much you can zoom in MuseScore. It's awesome. And also dark mode is amazing. We love dark mode. So since that is jumping, this is a jump because it's space to space. This is a jump because it's line to line. This is a step. So we need to take that B to this, and then the only line we have, because this is all jumping here, the only line we have is a step down to that B. And then this is, I mean, let's see, is that B going off that B? It's, ugh, that's even technically wrong because it's a B on B. It should be not none of these technically, because that's on the beat, but we're saying this D is the beat. If this B was the beat, that would change a lot, because then we would have D and G to go off of, which might change things, honestly. Like if let's see, where would D and G be? G, D. No, it'd be the same as this. Wait, no, minus that. We would have a step up. Well, no, actually, we would have a step up into this line. But the issue with that is that it's stepping up and it's moving up with the cantus. Can't have that. Okay. I think that line is the best we have. Na 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 na. And then this is obliquing. We could technically go from any of these into that. And then, like, yeah, I guess this is actually the perfect cantus firmus. Or not the perfect one, the best one. The best one. Okay. Oh, great. Great, cool, yeah. Unless we started with this. No, because that's a jump. It's the same issue. That's a jump. That's a jump. That's a jump. This is the only step. So you kind of have to go from one of these to there. And it just feels nicer starting on an octave. Okay. So this is our baseline. In like this is the skeletal structure of our baseline, at least. the skeletal structure of our baseline. Oh my god. Why is my throat kind of drying out? I haven't been talking that long. Good God. Okay. Yeah. I'm not gonna practice that right now, but that's it. Okay. I'm gonna save this file. Save. Okay. And I will be right back. Crap. Ugh. Just gonna take a quick break, let the room cool down a little bit, use the restroom. I will return shortly. Oh, and VOD watchers, you get this. There we go. VODs are back. Hello. I return. Okay, so. Oh god, my chair is not cooperating with me anymore. Okay, so we're definitely changing this. We're changing this baseline, but where exactly? I think the double B is there. Right here. Right here could be changed. I like this because these two measures are the same. It's kind of like these two measures are the same and they're a measure into their piece. It's kind of like a revision. I don't rephrasing of what's up top, but the baseline's kind of the same, which makes me think, what if we had this? Well, that sounds weird, jumping from here to there. Okay. Here. Actually, no. I think we're gonna leave this Cantus Firmus alone. We have our crazy thoughts over here. All these shenanigans. And then this is our Cantus Firmus at the bottom. So, let's copy this. Let's head on over to our Ode to Despair. Yay. And now it's the wrong thing. Wrong thing. Here. That's what we need. Twitch chat. What happened? There it is. Cool. So here's our melody. Oh my god, it's so zoomed out. Let's paste in the cello. How quiet are you? Okay, you're... Okay. Well, what about that? I changed it to from a B to a D. Okay, I do like that more. That note up there is literally like right here. That's the crazy thing. This note here is actually right there. So I can't move this any higher comfortably. But if I wanted to make it like a weird passing tone. That doesn't sound good. There we go. Adding like kind of a passing note there. Okay. I do like that. And now here's Buffy. Yep. This note can probably change. Okay, well, for now we won't change it. This is just... pressing the arrow keys. Okay, come on, Buffy. Come on. Butt smacks. Audible butt smacks. There you go, Buffy. Hello, Buffy. Cool. There's our Cantus Firmus with slight update. The B down here has been moved up to a D, and this dotted half note has been turned into a dotted quarter, and we added an F sharp in there just for some variation. For some change in there, if you will. I absolutely despise that. Okay, so usually what I have it, real quick, usually what I have it set up for, with my dual display setup, which isn't even dual display, it's an art tablet that has a screen on it. I don't even have a second monitor. It's an art tablet with a screen. The bottom, or the top left of my screen should be the one that is like connected. I go from the top left of my side monitor, it goes into the bottom right of this one. But apparently some changes have been made to where anytime I go down, it wants to go down to the top left of my second monitor. And anytime I want to go up, it goes to the bottom right of my other one. It's very annoying. Very annoying. I have it set up specifically in this corner so that, like, when I'm playing a game, I don't accidentally, you know, flick it into that corner. Also, Buffy, stop sniffing and licking everything. That's something my cat has an issue with. This little guy right here, this fat little guy, he sniffs and licks everything. It's as if he hasn't been living in this house for 10 years. So you're forgetting what everything is. You have to sniff and lick it all. You have to taste it to know what it is. He's a little spinkle. He's a little spinkle. But we love him. His name is Beef. We call him Beef. Okay, so now that we have a Cantus Firmus, we know what to do with the baseline. We can hint at that now with what's happening here. And that we could actually immediately do it because of that. So let's listen to this one more time. So what are you moving to? You're moving to an E, not C. You're moving to an E. So G in the base, B on top. We can do the same here. You don't need to get any quieter. What do we want to do? Because we want to hint at this melody. We can hint at it like right here if we wanted to. Also, our key signature is changing here. Oh wait, no, not you. You. All right, and then we want you to do your thing there. Yeah, we can make you like swell a little. That's fine. We can do that. Upload. Upload. Let's see. Are you saying upload because I said something about swelling? What the hell? But hello, Leaf Eater. This person, I totally have no idea who you are. Yes, it plowed. What if you're just there? Bro's hitting a melody though? Thank you. I didn't really make the melody. I'm trying to transition from this melody in a completely different key, in D minor. This whole thing in D minor. I'm trying to transition that into this. In G major. So yeah, I'm trying to hint at the melody right here in the violin. Whack, yeah. Yeah. So I'm trying to transition. I made a chord progression that leads into G major from D minor. Now I'm trying to make a melodic progression to seamlessly transition into that sort of thing. If you want to hear the progression. Yeah. And then I have the bass line written out. It was a process to get this bass line written over here. I had to do with something called counterpoint in music. This was the only solution that I found. The only one out of well, a lot of options. Joyous, very joyous. Very joyous. I'm actually having a pretty good time. If not for my voice kind of like giving out on me. I haven't even been talking that much. Okay, so what is the like... It's kind of like it's either C major or an A minor. I think I'm gonna go C major or A minor. We already have an E here. We can have that be obliqued. We have a B up here. We can have that go down to an A to make A minor. Loki, wish you still know how to play trumpet well. Yeah, I mean, there's always ways to learn. At the college, we have a pretty good trumpet player that is like a trumpet player who is a student who is teaching another student how to play trumpet again. So. Let's see, let's make as many countering motions as possible. So that goes up, that goes down, that goes down. We want you to go up. How would that sound? Oh, that's a very nice chord. You consider it, you just like have already enough work as it is. Fair. That's actually why I'm doing this stream today. I have too much editing work to do, so I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to stream a video game to get so that I have more clips to sort through. I'm just going to stream something that I know I'm not going to have to clip. You also just need a cap for the end. Fair. Very fair. That's from here. Like an MJazz cap or whatever it's called. I don't know what they're called. Good thing we have the almighty internet at our fingertips. This is a beautiful progression. I love this. Let's see. Let's hint at like this section, I think. To probably lay it down in trombone. It's only been 7 years. Only. So that's going up. We want something to go down. We need the viola to go down in order to... Well, actually, no. We need it to stay a little high if we want it to start its own melody there. So we're going to touch the viola last. Again, sorry, fellow viola players out there. Viola doesn't get as much love as it really should. It's a very beautiful instrument. I think I'll let that go up. That's a jump. So we'll step it. Okay. So we have an E, a C. We're going down to an A. We're just gonna go down into an A. And then we have a G and a B up there. We can either do that or we can make like a doubling of the G. We can double the G in the bass, yeah, actually. Used to have a friend who was an amazing barisax player. Really? Would I have known them, or was I not around then? Okay, so we have these. We also have these two measures that we can have to fit into getting there. So it's. We have two going down. We can have you go up. W ad break. Damn it. I'm sure, probably not. I'll just wait for the ads to be over. It's fine. It's fine. I can actually do this thing. I can do this thing. It needs a background on it. Kind of. Excuse me. Because currently it's just kind of like chord tones. Damn, a whole 3 minutes? Are they still going? You better make all of 75 cents. I'm not even getting that much for them. I wish I got 75 cents for it. I'm not getting 75 cents for those ads. I am getting 50% of the share from the ads, but I don't think it's gonna equal 75 cents. I don't even know where to check my current Twitch balance. Back? Awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely not making 75 cents off those ads. That's not how that would work. I don't make that much money. Likely in the creator page. Probably. Knew you when you knew them, but didn't think you ever talked to each other. Oh, fair. I see. Let's make a bunch of tension. Let's make you rise in volume again. Wait, hold on. Are you already playing Forte? Let's insert measures after selection, like not 5, like 7. And now let's take our melody and cantus firmus. Okay, so you're mezzo forte. You're playing forte. So I actually want you and God, what are you playing now? You're playing mezzo piano. So you're playing mezzo forte, you're going down, and now you're going to be playing mezzo piano. That's fine. Are you aware of the game Teardown? You mean the one that's been out for a couple of years that like is really fun to just break every voxel in existence and like rob boats and time travel now? Yeah, I'm aware. I love that game. Oh, I forgot I can click around to move it. Oh, that feels weird. It feels weird. I like using the scrolls. multiplayer soon? You love modding, especially war vehicles, not crazy vehicles they're done there. I didn't even know that they were planning on adding multiplayer. That is awesome. God damn. What the hell? Okay, so you... I'll give that to you now. Which you are going to Mezzo Piano. No, you're actually staying in Mezzo Forte. Crap. Wait, no. Up to 8 players it looks. There's a 4-player test video. Jesus. Tie that. You're not doing Forte, you're not doing that, but you are raising. Can we for frame per sometimes with friends? Understandable. Actually, I think I want you here and then like lower. And then I actually want you to repeat your thing. This is sounding very nice. And it's very interesting that this is sounding nice because this is supposed to be their like broken versions. This is the song that they made when they're completely broken down. They have nothing left. Which I guess I guess it makes sense. They're trying to hold on to something as happy as they can. I think you actually need to be growing in volume like this whole time. I don't like that. There you go. Just select the whole thing, get louder across that. What if I just copy this? Like, love Tab's vehicles modder, and they're a RE11 with IRL, or remake one with IRL, a fully modulated interiors makes it like you spawn 4 of them before it affects stuff, but your autism loves it. Holy shit. So you mean like fully modulated interiors and like you can break you can break something on the interior and it affects like everything it's connected to? It's not just generally like, oh, you broke like the quote-unquote engine part. It actually just, Jesus Christ. I want you to go down a little bit. But not like that. Oh, that might work. I've kind of backed myself into a counterpoint corner up here, but I was mostly worried about these. War Thunder? Oh, Jesus, like that? Jesus. God, I gotta play War Thunder again. I gotta play with War Thunder again. Ammo cook-offs in the game are good. Let's get you up to that F. Okay, isn't it? Let's get you, like, I don't remember what you're playing, like your dynamics. So, Violent 2. You're at Mezzo Forte. Okay, so you would be going up to like Forte. You've halted with War Thunder. It's okay a game that you play with you to play with friends anymore. Desensitized to that game now. Fair. Fair. I also never really liked playing it solo. It's just one of those games. You mean after 4,200 hours? Yeah, that'd probably do it. Okay, so you went down to mezzo forte again. Just to remind myself in that mezzo forte. And now I'm gonna make you go down to like nothing, just piano. Okay, that's kind of like the end. And I don't really like that. I kind of want it to be a big chord tone. Oh, what did I just fucking do? I accidentally pressed the wrong button. That's what I did. Do-do-do-do. I want you to get louder. So the violas can't really get much louder. They're like playing really loud right now. I am very curious though. That's too low. That's like perfect. I forgot about the thing being there, but that does remind me. I forget what it's called. Well, we can see what it sounds like. I'll do it down here. Insert measures after selection, like another 7. I usually add like 5 or 7 at a time. Okay, so we'll have this. Okay. We have it. Let's throw that there. Control shift it down. Insert measures after selection, fucking 13. Why? Crazy. This thing needs to repeat itself. And let's slap in this there, and then this there. This is one tactic, and it's used in fugues, like Bach's fugue, where they have one melody on multiple different octaves, and it just starts playing at different times. Okay, let's actually make this all like the same volume first. Usually they're like spaced by 1 measure. I'm doing it 2 just to see what it sounds like. See, it may not sound good at some parts, but there are certain harmonies in there and rhythmic things that sound really nice. I might actually be able to show them up here, because I don't like the whole rigidness, like, okay, everything's a dotted quarter note. We're just doing chord tones here. I really like this a lot more. You see, everything has its own kind of melodic line. That sounds so much different in like theme and texture. It flows. You mean the like these lines here, or these chords flow? The top one. Like right here. Also might not to you. I don't know what you mean by the top one, because both things are on top. Like this is on top of the page, and then this is on top of the page. I assume you mean this one. God, you hate typing on a high key keyboard. I had to get used to that so fast. I really like this right here. These two measures I love. I want to continue this because I want this to be, let's see, this is 3 minutes. This whole first section up to here is 3 minutes long. I want to see if I can get this section up to 3 minutes. Currently, it's sitting at 1. Because it's at 4:10. And this one ends at 3:26. So it's actually a little under 1 minute, which is honestly a little impressive for this little amount of music. That's not a lot of music to be taking up that amount of time. How do I want to mark this? I want to mark this. There we go. Mark that. I like that. Or maybe a little after too. No, not that. Okay, each of you gets your own bar line. Oh, wait. No, I can't do that. Let's see. There we go. Okay. That I really like. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to see how long it takes to get into another, like, flow. Like, since they're all staged, I'm curious, like, when the last one plays, if it'll sound good. No. Okay. But this is actually really good tactic, I'm realizing. I slammed all of the same melody on top of each other, and you know, since it's the same timing and same kind of notes, they're gonna have the same kind of chord progression through them, and then you get something that sounds like that. Something like that, where like it needs a little bit of touching up here and there, but that's good. That sounds good. I like that. And all I did was just slap melodies. I slapped the melody onto itself a lot of times. A lot of times. Heavy bar line. We'll put a heavy bar line there. That's the separation between our actual music and what we have. But right now, I actually want to play the piece from beginning to end and just kind of listen to the stark differences in what it sounds like. shit. Chad, I think we cooked. Well, me from like 2 years ago cooked pretty hard with this one, and then now like we're cooking from here on. Like, oh my god, that was a good transition. I liked that. Cooking, actively cooking. One thing I noticed is I wanted this to not drop off so suddenly. I think that is where I'm gonna like drop it off to like a piano. No, mezzo piano. There we go. Should I wait now? What if we just like this whole thing and then drop it off to piano? Drop it off like quieter. And then just fades out. Perfect. I like that. I really like that. I'll stop it there for a moment, otherwise I'll just listen to the whole thing again. I'm wondering if I need to swap violin 1 and 2 here. And then again, it would kind of mess up things like around here. Well, kind of, like violin 1 got that, and then violin 2 would have that swell, but It's because violin 2 feels like it's more important than violin 1 for this piece, which, I mean, orchestrally speaking, technically violin 1 should sound more important than violin 2, but I don't really know why. I guess because they're 1 and the other one's 2. I don't really get it though. So it's fine. It's fine. We'll let violin 2 have everything. We'll save this for what it currently is. 3 hours going on? Yeah, that's pretty long. And I don't know where I'm gonna go from here. Let's listen to it again. We're definitely going to drop this down to a 5. Bum, bum. All right, there we go. Has that low drop. And then we slam it in with a forte, which we want to immediately drop because, you know. So we kind of want that forte to be like there, kind of. Nah. Okay. So let's just copy the whole thing. There we go. Let's not make this well. I want to isolate the melody now, so that people can understand this is the new melody, like how I isolated it over here. We're gonna posture check. Damn you for knowing that I was shrimped. I shrimp when I write music. Actually, I just shrimp generally. Appreciate it though. Thank you, RxDNA. That's an interesting name. Oh. Okay. Yeah. You have always been shrimped. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I isolated the melody up front here. I didn't have time to isolate the melody here because it immediately had to transition into quartet. So let's isolate the melody afterwards. We can still have like this stuff happening, or at least similar to it. I don't know if we just want to copy. But it should be quieter. Yeah, okay, we can have it be like that quiet. Have the violas still play pretty loud. God bless violas. I'm finally... It's weird. I'm giving violas the spotlight by giving them the main melody and making them play like a little bit louder than the others. But they're only playing that melody. So they're just repeating like 8 or 9 bars. It's nice to see you've really gotten into music since high school. Yeah. I don't know who you are. Don't say who you are. Don't say who I am. Apparently we know each other. But like maybe a clue. Don't say names. We don't want to get like doxed here. And also it's not just music. I've gotten into other things. Mostly just a lot of video gaming. Hi, Buffy. Yes, hi. Oh, why are you tapping me? Why are you tapping me, bud? Oh, and now you're... okay, I try and tap you back and then you leave? Is that how it goes? Okay. Stinking cat. This little stinker. Okay, I want the chords to change. I want them to get dramatic again. And I want more rhythmic diversity. Like this note up here makes it sound very pleasant. What if we make it not? What if we make it not sound pleasant? Let's see, because we have an E? Yeah. We have an E followed with a C down here, and then it's A. That's weird that it's making it pleasant, because that is as an A. As an A. So it's technically a minor chord, and yet it sounds very nice. I forget that things can just do that. That's an E minor chord. Okay, so we're going from an E minor to a C major now. Let's make the violins get like lower pitches on the violins. Probably not the same pitches, but like, ooh, dissonance. Let's not go for 3 perfect, thirds. A perfect third. Well, you know what I mean, major, minor thirds. Perfect thirds are a whole different thing. Yes, hi Buffy. Hi Buffy. +1 hour wait for Disney Park ride and barely any food, open for a literal horde of high schoolers. Ah. Okay, that narrows it down. God, yeah, that sucked though. What is a good ride? That's an amazingly good ride. Make one dissonant note. God, how do I make this more dissonant? Because I need it to be tastefully dissonant. It can't just be dissonant. It has to be tastefully dissonant. Like even songs that people consider dissonant and like horrible to listen to, and there's like tritones everywhere and like minor seconds everywhere. Those like what is it? Even like microtonal pieces and atonal, there it is, atonal pieces. Those are calculated. Those aren't just random notes that composers threw out there and it's like, oh yes, I made a song and threw random notes in there. No, those are actually calculated to sound that way. A specific version of that way. And it's crazy to me. I would pull up a photo of what atonal theory looks like, but it is a mess. It is like a spider's web. I have to kind of be like that now. I have to calculate exactly when I'm gonna throw these dissonant sounds in there. So you know what? I'm throwing out that top. I'm throwing out that top. We're seeing what else we can do. We're throwing out this top as well. Throwing out that. Oh, we might, well, actually, no, we should not change the cantus firmus, but no, we could change the cantus firmus for this, but then, but I'm trying to isolate it. So changing it to make the chords sound, but like also like beginning on that. Like, that's a nice variation. That is a nice variation of the beginning. Ah, God, I don't know. What do you think, Buffy? He's just staring at me. I don't know why he's just looking at me. He's looking at me. Okay, Buffy, I'll bet you. I'll bet you, Buffy. There you go. Little purring monster over here. Just staring at me. Okay. I want it to start... Like, this sounds nice and pleasant. And the thing I mostly have to blame for that is the theme, the cantus firmus that we're writing with. It's just kind of asking for things to be major and happy sounding, and or at least not happy, but pleasant sounding. Because it is a major key. It is a major... It's a major melody. It's in G major. There it is. So, like, changing the cantus firmus to be more minor might... Yes, Buffy. Might work. Like, I can't just slap it in G minor all of a sudden. Like, if I just change the cantus firmus to minor, that would be weird. Wait. Wait, no, hold on. Tools, transpose, to key. Oh, no, it says G major or E minor. I can't specifically tell it to change it to its minor version. Okay, hold on. So that's G, and then we go, that's not the right. What did I do? I didn't do anything. Okay, cool. Nope. Wait. Don't know what you're aiming for, but we could slow it down. Could. Ah, that's the button. Okay. Move that down to an E, actually. Like... Doesn't sound bad. Doesn't sound bad. I don't like it. I don't like it. What is it? What does it sound like in F sharp Locrian? What does it sound like in F sharp? Locrian sounding just as interesting as I remember. No, we're not having that play any longer. Okay, we're sticking to the melody in G major. Slowing it down, yeah, that might be okay. Surprisingly enough, actually, both of the melodies here, this one, the dotted quarter note is the same tempo as the normal quarter note of this melody. So it just changes from a simple to a compound meter. That's it. And I think that's what the original composers were aiming for. Oh, but by the way, I should let you know, RX. I didn't write these melodies. This melody here was transcribed from somewhere, and this whole melody was transcribed from somewhere. They're transcribed from the same place. A video game called The Elden Ring. So, yeah. They're both from Elden Ring, and I was just trying to see if I can make them work. And I did, right here. This is the whole chord progression to change from D minor to G major. And I didn't even have to change the tempo, really. It just, instead of being divided in 2, it's now divided in 3. So I think they intended that. Which makes me think that I chose the right meter when transcribing this as well. Okay. I think I just want to change the chords. I don't think I want to slow it down since it's been the same tempo, technically. At the very end, I could slow it down for like a big dramatic chord at the end. I could slow it down and yeah. I want to change the chords. Because right now it's very nice chord progression here. Am I able to write in chords just so I can look at it? No. No, I'd have to. Crap. I'd have to write text on every beat. But why do you have a star? What did I change? Oh, I changed a lot, actually. Never mind. Oh god, in this chaos. Okay. Well, let's see, how long are we going? 3.5 hours. We're about ready. We're about ready to end stream, but let me try and think a little bit more. What's a chord I like from over here? Let's take inspiration from over here. Like, I think my favorite is that one. Okay, it's that one is, oh, that's weird. That's a G, C sharp, A. I don't even know what that is. It's like an A A7 sus5, you just take the 5 out. Because like with the 5, without it, you're just missing that note, which is the 5th of the thing. So if I did like a D7 sus5, but like where? It would need to be wherever this fits a D chord. So let's look for that. Nope. Okay, like right here is like our D chord. So it's on the end of this. So great. And we already have, we have an A and we already have the, okay. We can't do a sus5 because the 5 is in the damn melody. Cool. So we guaranteed have the 5 and the 3. There's a 2 in there too, but that's supposed to be a little dissonant there. Could make it like a minor chord. And then this feels like it wants to go down to a B, but that makes it sound... There's a dissonant note in there. There's A. Throw an A in there. What is the rest of the chord wanting to be? The chord is wanting to be 1. What if we don't let the chord be 1? What if we don't let it be 1? So we have G, D, and I threw an A in there. That's a G sus2. Hi, Buffy. Actually, I don't even know if the other chord's a sus5. I'm just calling it sus5 because the 5 is gone. That's a G sus2. With the A in there. G sus2 4? That still sounds too happy. Like, no matter where it wants to resolve to, it's major, it's happy. I don't like that. I don't want that. That's too dissonant. I do kind of like that. That D, G, A sharp. Oh. That's not an A sharp. That's a B flat. That's a G minor chord. We made it minor. Okay, yeah, okay. I like this. I like this so far. We're getting there. We managed to make it G minor. Whenever there's a B, we can just make it minor. I forgot that. The cantus firmus does it have a B in it? It does. Right there it does. You're a B. You're a B. So those spots are going to be a little tricky, but we made this sound how I wanted it to sound. Let's see, you're currently not playing mezzo forte. What if I made you play mezzo forte? Just a little bit. I like you being quieter. Now we're changing the bass line. Now we're getting to the nitty-gritty of it. E diminished? Do we feel like doing an E diminished here? Okay, we can make the B. Let's put a C and an A, because we'll force that B to be a. Actually, no, we don't even need a C. We just need an A, because we're voiding the C. We're turning it into an A sus2, which then transitions into. We're tricking the, God, this feels weird. We're basically tricking the melody into, instead of outlining kind of a one chord with B and D, it's instead going through an A sus2 with the B and an A sus4 with the D. We could also just make it that, well, okay. We'll worry about changing the Cantus firmus later, I think. Maybe? Because it sounds weird having suddenly been... we would also need to change every E into a... And then it's G, B. Where's my E minor? Where is my E minor? Make it E minor. You can be holding this for the whole measure. Oh yeah, technically I could just make it a, you know. It can end happy. It can end happy. I just wanted it to be a little crazy in the middle. The boys you were working on reminds me of a happy flashback in a building while having an overlay of the building smoldering away. I like that. I like that. That does somewhat odd. That does oddly fit into the lore of the people that I'm taking this melody from in the video game. It is. But then getting here is another issue. Unless we were just like slap this on there. Like this. Like if we were just copy what they're doing. Let's just do this. Okay. If I change you to Mezzo Forte, you're not going to change the volume at all, right? No, you will. That's fine. I'll just remove that for now, because I don't want you to get loud. I want to hear the other players. Wait, no, hold... I can think about this, like, very technically. Okay, no, the bassline's gonna have to change here. Oh, that C sharp in the bass line. Oh, I like that. At least right now I like that. I might revisit it like tomorrow and then be like, I hate that. That sounds stinky. But for now, I like that. I like that. That is currently a C dominant 7. What if I change that to a D? That's kind of a pleasant sound. I don't think it really fits the music, but I like that sound there. It does sound a little whimsical. That is actually fine. I am currently fine with that. No, this might be too much. No, wait. Yeah, let's have that mimic the bass. the power of just having a different chord in there. Cause like, okay, let's listen to it fully now. Small parts that are different that I don't really like though. There's not much place for another chord note other than Had you paused for so long you didn't know? How dare you? We've moved on a lot. We copied everything we had up here. Well, not everything. We copied the bass line and the melody, and now we're trying to make it like depressed, like more depressed. And I think it's kind of working. Then it gets happy. This note is a work in progress. I don't know what to do with this note. I know I want the bass to change. Don't know what I want the bass to change to. Oh, that's nice. Okay, hold on. And then it still sounds happy at the end. I would like to change that. I would like to change that, but it is currently, oh my god, that is so pleasant to listen to. Let's listen from the like end of, I guess, like part 1. two notes think I'm disagreeing with. This one and this one. I really like the sound of that. Like, and I don't know if it should be a C sharp. Like, how's the rest of it spelled? E, G, B flat. Yeah, that's a weird chord, because it's like, that's like a C sharp diminished 7. Actually, no, that's a C sharp diminished 7. C sharp fully diminished 7. So that's actually kind of nice. But it's like an unresolved. I'm going to guess the sudden jumps are just from the software stream. Probably from the stream. There's no things that are suddenly jumping around. Unless you mean me pausing and then like going back, because like sometimes pause like that and then go back in. That's interesting. No, it's very brief pausing between bars. Yeah, that's probably just the stream or your Wi-Fi or something, or my Wi-Fi. I mean, I don't have the best Wi-Fi, so actually it could just be me. Let's see, I like that. I think I like that C sharp in there. May just be audio visual disconnect for you as well. Maybe. D, E, G, B. What's playing the D? Is it the melody? I swear to God, if it's the fucking melody. It's not. You. What is C sharp? I do like that more. I do think I like that more. 3:56, 3 hours 56 minutes on the recording, 4 hours 11 minutes on the stream. Oh Jesus, we're actually over time on stream. Oh Jesus. We'll give this one like full listen to. Make any very quick changes that I notice or can remember, and then stream will be over. So we'll just listen to this real quick. Awesome. Okay. Only thing, I want to write down that they're specifically going to mezzo piano. This one's also... I forgot my side thing doesn't work. You are currently in... Let me rewrite that there. Let me specify more to these folks, like what they're going to and coming from. Okay, so violin 2 is, oh, it's right there. Violin 1, I'm looking for it. Violin 1. You're on mezzo piano. Why are you on mezzo piano already? That's why you're on mezzo piano. You're really loud, which means I probably don't need to turn you down there. Oh, also before I forget, on over here somewhere, I wanted to specify that you go up to mezzo forte and you go back down to mezzo piano, because it sounded like you were going louder than that. Let's see. Now instead of like... Why did I just wrote the same note twice. What do I want it to be? Like... C, C, G, let's B flat. Okay, and then here it's D sharp, B. Like, is that B, does that D sharp need to be respelled? It's G. It's currently an augmented chord. That's a weird chord. I think it should be spelled differently. Just opened MuseScore for the first time since the weird timing thing was from looking at the playback indicator messing with how I hear music. I see. Is that better as a B flat? I think it might be better as just like... I'll figure out what chords are actually happening later. Alright, so you're going from mezzo piano, mezzo forte, here. This quiz got you hard confused with good music. Very good to do tests too. What do you mean by chocolates quiz got you hard confused? A quiz on chocolates? All right, I think, yeah, okay. All right. Okay. This may seem a little sudden, I know I said, but I know that I said, just listen to a run through, fix up anything I notice, and then we'll end it. Might be a little quick. I still don't really know how to end streams, and I've been doing this for like a little bit over a month consecutively now, but I've been streaming for like over a couple of years. Basically chemistry, but with chocolates instead of chemicals. Oh, okay. I see. Interesting. Have to hear more about that later. But for now, I'm ending my stream. I've been doing music too long, but we've had a lot of very nice breakthroughs. I love today. Today went a lot better than I expected. Well, best of luck off stream. Thank you. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if I'll be editing things. I really should be. I should be spending a majority of my time just editing things down so that I can do less streams like this and do more of this on my own time. Because I know this probably isn't the most entertaining thing to watch, but still, regardless, I might either play a game or edit, or both, maybe, on and off, go on and off. But thank you, everyone who showed up. I know probably wasn't the most interesting thing, but thank you for getting at least to this point, if you have, or skipping to the end, hello. Thank you all for whoever was here live. Thank you to whoever was here recording. Oh my god, Gull, did you literally just get here? Oh my god. You know what? No, hold on. Hold on. Gull, you listen here. You listen up. You listen good. You listen good. You still here, buddy? Did you just leave? Like, did you already leave? We were writing a song. Hydrate. Thank you. I need that. Posture check. Already done for you. But also, heck you. This right here. We've been working on this sheet of music. Mainly from, like, this point to this point. Feckin' edgy name. I made this 2 years ago, and you played Elden Ring, right? Have you played Elden Ring? Have you seen Elden Ring? Have you seen anything about that game? But today we worked on this. You've 100% of the game? Awesome! You'll recognize this then. You should recognize this. I'll be a little disappointed if you don't. But yeah, all that was worked on today. All this was written 2 years ago. I touched it up over the years, and a few days ago I made like musical grammatical changes and like fixes, and it got me thinking. Let's just do this, because I need to edit VODs. And I don't want another VOD to edit, so I was like, let's just do something that's not very content worthy. Let's just do something chill. And this is chill. Welcome to Ode to Despair. You may notice the subtitle, May Chaos Take the World, very on point. I'll let it play. I'll mute my mic. I'll let it play.
recognize it? I don't think I like that right there. I'm also noticing a grammatical error here. Is that a good way? No, is that a grammatical error? That is not a grammatical error. Oh, never mind. That is not a grammatical error. I thought that was a grammatical error. It looks like a grammatical error. It is not a grammatical error. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Did you like it? Did you recognize it? You should have recognized it. Maybe not so much the second melody, but... Also, I feel like I've asked you about Elden Ring like 3 or 4 times, and I always forget that you 100%ed it. Did we lose Gull? Oh, no. I have a bad habit of turning music in games off so it's not ringing a bell at the top of your head. Hold on. The name of it is not a... No, not that plate. Ah, there it is. You remember the subterranean shunning grounds? Gotta fiddle with Destiny Orchestra themes at some point. I'll look into it. Yeah, Gull, you ever been to the subterranean shunning grounds? Or, you know, ever been wandering around the environment and there's this nice fellow playing what looks like to be an Eru next to his donkey, selling you wares. Is that really a part of like the whole music thing? Like, you can references to go in if you're ever interested. I am interested. That's the tune they play. The merchants that are around the environment play this. If you don't, like, if you're just like walking past or like riding past, or you just like spawn in the environment, you can hear them playing this. Never stuck around to listen much? Stop by and grab things? Maybe Bell Bearing 3? This is the song that they're playing. Which is, it's in D minor, it's very sad sounding. And probably one of the more recognizable ones is when you get to the subterranean shunning grounds, or the frenzied flame prescription. Some opportunity to recall their past. Well, that's the interesting thing. That's just the merchants. The ones that are actually down under the capital, entombed, have a tune in G major that's happy, which is both concerning and weird. Like, these are the ones that have been like fully taken over by the frenzied flame and they're actively decaying. Oh, it repeated itself there. And it's happier. But yeah, I wanted to find a way to harmonize the original. They'd be happy with the frenzy. They are happy with the frenzy. Like 2 years ago is when I wrote all this. 2 years ago. No longer care or recall. 2 years ago was all this. Slightly different. Like 5 notes have changed since I originally made this. Like only 5 notes. 5 or 6 actually. And then a bunch of grammatical changes because I've learned how to write music better since then, like grammatically. This little segment, like this kind of little thing, was done a couple days ago by me. Then this part was revised, and this part was added today. So successfully managed to transition from the thing you'll add other instruments past the strings, make it full orchestral. That would be that might be fun, but for now I think the strings just fit. Since the original song was on string and it's meant to be like, at least this first part is meant to be like kind of somber, I think like taking the instruments away, taking most instruments away are probably better. This second part, it just kind of sounds like something you'd hear in a concert hall, like a string quartet. This music, interestingly, just kind of sounds like it should fit strings. And I'm okay with it saying that way. Maybe eventually I'll find a tune to write. One thing I've always wanted to fair, but I think some bass drums and a hi-hat with a brush would go hard. Might just be you though. Actually, I think I know what you're talking about. Like right like here. Like with the bass line doing that whole you could have a bass drum there. Ba-boom. Like this whole part kind of does actually call for like some sort of drum. I do kind of agree with that. It wouldn't be too loud, do you think? It's just something to egg it on. Low rumble to ascend the motion. Yeah. Same with like the hi-hat. Hi-hat probably doesn't get hit with the brush. Probably like the brush rubs on it or something. Probably try and make it sound like flames. I know you can do it, but I just don't know the instruments that could allow that to happen, and I don't know how to recreate it in MuseScore. Oh my god, my DMs are just like blowing up. Oh, I see. It's it's Leaf Eater sending me Destiny themes. Spam the DMs. You say no. It's what we were talking about. Leaf Eater just a second ago. But yeah, it was interesting to think of this song being happy, so I made it sad, and I made dissonance. Kind of forced it in there, but I'm liking where it's going. I'm liking where it's going. Definitely, I feel like I'm not finished with it, but that I should really be ending stream now. We're like half an hour over. But thank you for stopping by, Gull. Glad to talk with you about this. We'll see what next stream has. Maybe next stream we'll do another music stream. It'll be on Sunday. Yeah. Look forward to seeing more. I'm glad to hear it. This was a very not unproductive, very, very productive stream. You could argue it's my most productive stream because I actually worked on something like this. But it wasn't the most, let's see, like content where there weren't not very many people came around. But I'm glad that the few people who did like stuck around. Any little bit helps. Anybody sticking around helps. I appreciate it. And I wasn't expecting this stream to be like popular, so that definitely helped my mood, just like going into not expecting that. What is that? Just remember the most specific hint in the Hall of the Mountain King. Yep, I already got you, by the way. I already knew who you... Let's try to make it higher. Yep. I still remember it how you taught it to me. But yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by. Be sure to check it out next time, Sunday, 10:30 a.m. PST. Should be. Might not be as long. It does conflict with another event from another friend, but hydrate. Heck you. I'm in the middle of speaking. How dare you do something like that to me? Oh, very inconsiderate. I was speaking to you. Thank you. Don't look at me like that. Stink. You stink. You bird. Yeah, thank you everyone for showing up. Whether it was live or in the recording or just in the Twitch VOD or wherever you watch these things. Thank you for making it this far if you have. And hopefully I will see you next time or just sometime in the future whenever you're available. Fridays and Sundays, 10:30 a.m. PST. Catch you later. Bye-bye. Bye. Buffy, do you have anything to say? Never mind, he's just staring at me.